Hi, I'm Rousey. I will be running Silksong True Ending, which is the true ending of the game, which involves killing the major boss in Act 2 and unlocking Act 3 and killing the major boss at the end of Act 3. We try to do that as quickly as possible, so we have very low gear and health going through this run. Makes it quite a difficult run, doing an NMG run. A few things you might notice here. We have the title screen in Chinese, because the Chinese characters contain more information per character, which means we need less of them to say the same things, and we can scroll through the text that the NPCs speak. We can do that very quickly, and that saves probably maybe 10 minutes throughout the run, so worth having. The other thing you'll notice is the patch we run on. This is not the latest patch, this is 28891 or the Vault Pogo patch, which allows us to use some crazy tool interactions to perform skips later in the run. We also have the mods allowed on the SRC board, which is the speed patch in general, but we also have the Courier's RNG fix, which reduces the RNG later in the run. We're going to go ahead and start the game up here. We're using an old version of an old save file, which skips the intro, which is about 4 minutes of real time and about 21 seconds of game time. You'll notice the movement I'm doing here. It's called a neutral pogo, where normally if you pogo without releasing your controls, you will stun for a second. Like this. And the pogo neutrals means that you release your inputs, you go idle for a second before you touch the ground, which allows you to skip that impact animation and saves time on every jump. These weakness cutscenes are unskippable, but we can jump into them to skip the first half a second of animation, because you have to walk less distance. Trending is a category that has been fairly highly optimized within the past 5 months, 6 months that people have been running it. They've recently been specifically routing out every single room as the fastest way to do each room in what's called a room sob, a sum of best for the room. And it's just a well-defined category at this point. We're coming up to the first boss here. I'm healing so that I don't accidentally heal mid-fight, which would lose me time. There are damage tank strats with this boss, but if you damage tank into it correctly, you can skip, you can move forward when you interact, which allows you to get more hits in faster and save time. A lot of the quirks of this category involve very niche micro optimizations like that. So those damage tanks would probably save about half a second to maybe 2 seconds if you are very proficient. But luckily our pattern didn't require us to do any of those there. And now you see some of this text scrolling. every button at the same time, basically, in the hopes that one of them, that we'll hit like a frame perfect key press, and then we can skip the dialogue instantly. I do apologize for my keyboard sound as well. I know it's fairly loud. In this category, we kind of follow the main game progression for a lot of it. There's not a lot of what we call progression breaking, which is where you would go around what the game intends you to do. But the first minor progression break, or skip I guess, that we encounter is Beast Fly Pogo, which, if I can set this up correctly, involves jumping on this guy to skip up to this ledge here. Which is not entirely precise, but can be fairly consistent on practice, which I have not done much of recently, apparently. So we will try again with this pogo skip. It's supposed to look like that. As we move towards our first skill of the game, here we interact with the map maker. And she is an important part of Pashanka. She's an important part of the route for this category, as we have a number of requirements to meet this quest called the Silksong quest, which allows you to enter Act 3, which includes having every map from the map maker. Which also means we need to visit every area and see her in every area, even if we don't talk to her. This is another skip we are going to perform here, a very quick little skip up here. Say it's maybe 5-10 seconds. And this is where we get our first skill, which is the Silk Spear. And as you'll see, we can throw out our needle as a sort of spear and deal 3 times our needle damage. It's not particularly important to know the actual numbers for the damage that we do, unless you get really really technical about this stuff. Now there's more to explore in the Moss Grotto area, the Bone Bottom area, but we are going to skip right on past that and fight the Bell Beast, which will be our fast travel companion, taking us from place to place throughout this game. Only 2 hits there, so 3, 4, 5. We are trying to perform a cycle skip here, because the Bell Beast will have 2 phases after she takes a certain amount of damage, and if we can do a precise amount of damage to her before that, we can skip the phase, although this is very slow, so we might not be saving any time here. And I've missed the spear! That is very unfortunate, so I guess we will get to see the second phase of this fight. So yeah, just 1 spear away. There are several versions of this skip. That one was the silkless setup, because we do not have full silk when we enter the arena. But there are different variations based on, sometimes on runner preference. A lot of people will, swear by certain quick kills that they find effective. There's a lot of micro optimizations here. One of them being you can pogo off that spinning wheel to gain more height instead of jumping later. Little things like that, saving, I don't know, 1/5 of a second. Which I guess, you know, not really important if you are running a long category like this, but it's fun to do. We quit out here because this skips the Hornet's wake up animation, meaning that we can, because it takes about 5 seconds to do that, and since we measure on in-game time, it's fairly easy to skip a lot of those slow cutscenes and stuff by quitting out. Which I guess introduces the idea of the hard saves, which is very important for this run. The idea being that certain events and benches, all benches, will hard save you to that point, meaning that if you die or leave the game, you will respawn there. And that's very important routing-wise to work out where is the most effective places to have your hard save at any given time. Now this next section is a fairly difficult section to do early game without any abilities like dash. What of HP this guy? More than I remember. Usually most players would enter this area with dash, which allows you to skip a number of things and perform the movement easier, but since it is faster to just run through this area, we opt to take this route to get our next ability dash. That there is our first of 22 fleas that we will rescue along this this run. The reason being that we, as a hard requirement for Act 3, we need to collect all 22 fleas. Or not, sorry, not all. There are more fleas in the game than that, but we don't need any more. So typically these fleas, the most effective fleas to get are along the route here, but there are a few that we have to go out of our way for. Something else we can showcase in this arena is some of the spear tech, which is a lot about animation cancelling. So here, my spear, my silk spear that I can hit, bounces off the wall, which reduces the time that it takes to come back to Hornet, meaning that I can hit another, I can almost instantly produce another input, like I can silk spear and then spear, or needle hit rather, immediately, and that saves half a second animation. With the traps here. Now it is scary that we are on 1 HP here, but this arena coming up is essentially solved for any amount of silk. Should have hit that guy first to get the extra silk. I'm just gonna take it slow here. So things like that, where we're able to kill 2 enemies at once, is why the Silk Spear is such an important tool for this run. And we actually don't get any other skills, silk spells rather. Now you may notice I turned around before hitting that spear, that I needle slashed and then turned around and speared. That's because, again, we want to cancel the needle hit animation, and there is time, it takes time to reload your next input, essentially. So by turning around and turning back around, doing a 360, you can reduce the time it takes to do your next hit. Now we've got our next ability, Dash, which unlocks some more movement tech that we can do, which is this Pogo Dash cancel, which is basically you pogo into the ground. Oops. I'm actually going to reload the room to try and do this strat properly. Pogo into the ground and dash right after, and that cancels your pogo animation, so you don't interact with the floor as you normally would, and allows you to gain some or maintain your momentum as you move. And that's our second flea right there. This segment is fairly technically complex in terms of movement and arenas and stuff. So we've unlocked a bellway station. We've gotten a flea, so that's 2 out of 22. And the bellway station allows us to... Ooh, facing the wrong way here. We love ending up on 1 HP. Wow. It's our first death of the run. And again, these silk skills return us, or create a hard save where we get returned on death. As I was saying, the bellways allow us to fast travel between different bellways using Aira, as she's known. What I did there, that dash dive, fairly simple, fairly like easy tech. The idea being that one needle hit puts you perfectly in line with block that. Puts you perfectly in line with the gap between the ladder rungs and the wall, and you can slot through it perfectly. I'm also going to try and point out the different moves and techniques we perform throughout this run. So the first one that I just showed off there was the pogo dash through, or pogo dash turnaround as it's sometimes known, which just involves pogoing into an enemy and then immediately dashing afterwards, and turning around and hitting them with the needle. And you're able to perform them relatively quickly, back to back. And here we have the second boss, that we face in this run. And there's some cool... Oops. There's some cool tech here that we can drop her in the lava. And that does extra damage to her during the fight. It does about 40 damage, where our needle only does 9 here. And we fight this this boss several times again in the run as it continues, as she gets more and more powerful. So we get closer and closer to her. Whoops. I guess I'll talk about that later as it comes up. Again here, demonstrating the pogo dash cancels. Another thing we have to be wary of in this run is the quest counts, which I suppose I will get into now. The idea is just that, oops, this is the wrong way. That we have to complete a certain number of quests or wishes throughout the run, and these, one of the wishes is called, or is basically like a hunter's journal, where you have to kill a certain number of enemies. I believe it is 100. And that's a quick and easy quest to do during this run because we fight a lot of enemies. And again, we've got some cool movement that we've just done. You might notice I reloaded the room in both the Bell Beast and the when I hit the exploding orange thing. I don't actually know what it's called. But the idea there is that reloading the room like hard forces the game to finish loading whatever it is that was loading. And in that instance, that was the Bell Beast arriving or the ground exploding that I could then dive through the floor. And all the place names are in Chinese, which means that it's important to remember where you are and where you're going throughout the run. It's very easy to get lost. This is our first cutscene of the game, which is skippable by just, again, button mashing to skip it. Now we get our first red tool for the run, and so it's going to give us a little spiel about what a red tool is and how we use them. And that's basically attack or defense options other than our needle and our silk skill. We don't really pick up any of them at all in the run, really, except for two. This one and default vessels later in the run. This is the Flea Brew, and it's basically a speed buff, and it increases attack speed. You basically just move faster in general. And we pick it up because it is right in our way, basically. It's a tough skip to hit, where you're supposed to cling onto this wall, this ledge over here. Oh wow, that's impressive. But yeah, so we're able to collect 5 fleas in the early parts of the game, which we did. We can take the flea caravan and basically skip a whole section of the map, where we avoid getting stuff like the drifter's cloak, which allows us to float in the air. this is our first piece of proper sequence breaking in the run, where we are able to bypass getting the Drifter's Cloak and going through this section called Greymore. It allows us to go directly to the Act 1, one of the Act 1 bosses, Widow, which is a hard requirement for finishing Act 1, I believe. Gives us the Needle In ability, which, oh, we don't have a Silk here. Which gives us the ability to play a cute little song. I need one more Silk for a Spear here. Spears are very useful in general in this category, but specifically for utility like this, breaking items that would normally take a number of hits. So that was a flea we just got, and the quest item. Oops. And the quest item of a polyp, which is just, it's a nearby quest that we are able to complete on the run. Again, getting us another quest point, and we need 17 quests completed. Those quests. That skip we just performed is called the Garama skip, or the Sherwood Garama skip, where we basically taunt an enemy close to us, and put it in a position where we can pogo over it and skip another boss called Sister Splinter. And that weird spear, brew, pogo mix you saw as well is another skip called the Flower Skip, where we can stall in the air using a brew and a flea brew to pogo off the flower. And this is interesting. This is not the setup I usually practice. There we go. Which allows us to skip maybe 5 seconds of platforming on the other side. And again, we use that splinter bar to skip more platforming to get another one of those pull-ups that we need for a quest. I really don't have to take that much time. There are some very quick strategies in this room. The main one being this damage tank here, so we can fall through this enemy if it's not in the right position, which allows us to get to Widow over here. So I'm trying to do these pogo throughs that I was talking about earlier, but I am inputting my dash too quickly after my pogo and it doesn't come through. But see there, I'm able to phase through her and skip the damage tank, or skip the damage that the bells cause. And there we wanted to damage tank intention, because we wanted to... Ooh. That's gonna hit us. Wow. Because we want to damage tank. If we take damage during a scream, then we can phase skip basically and regain control early of our character, which allows us to deal damage while the boss is immobile. But unfortunately, we messed up the second phase there. So we can show off this damage tank again. Be careful not to be thrown to the side too much because we lose our ability to phase through them if we do that. Okay, we're gonna take a heal here. This attack is good for a heal because she is off screen while we are healing, so we don't lose much time to it. We'll just play it slow. We don't have anything to lose here, really. That attack there, that Pogo dash slash, is basically a way to follow her movements and get an extra hit in before she disappears. But if you go too early, then you hit her needles or her claws rather than her actual body. And there we go. We get the needle in, which allows us to play a melody, which is useful for us because it is a hard requirement to enter Act 2, as well as to open a number of Weaver doors throughout the map, which only respond to song. Hence the name Silksong, I believe. So for example, this door this is a memory of that Widow had, I believe. This is why it's all covered in silk. It's a really cool game design. Something to note with the movement here, that since we don't have the cloak ability yet, that our hitbox for wall jumping is slightly different, which means we have to wait just a fraction of a second longer before we try to jump after landing on a wall, which is changed because when you get the cloak, if you press space, if you buffer a cloak from too far away or too close to the wall, it pushes you away from the wall as the cloak expands and your hitbox changes. So they had to change the jump hitbox, and it's more generous with the cloak. Just something to think about when you try and do cloakless jumps. We don't need to play the needle in here, I just think it's quite nice to have a bit of music while we wait. And again, quitting out here because it is faster to reload the room, knowing that we've set up the bell animation, and we just want to skip through that. Another thing to note with the way we are breaking through these walls here, especially the bell or the bell doors, or walls, I guess. that we try and dash into them, because that will double proc our needle on it, which allows us to take it down in 2 hits rather than 3. Now this is our first quest board we're interacted with. There's another one down at Bone Bottom where we started, that we will come back for later. But this is essentially a list of wishes that we are able to complete in the run. Opening the inventory here to skip the title card of the area we enter for the first time. It'll display a title card and we just skip that by opening our inventory and closing again. Pavo here, Plenty here, upgrading our needle from 9 damage to 13 damage. And we talk to Pavo here because we will need an item from him later in the game. And again, reloading the room because the bellway animation takes a while. And now, despite skipping the cloak earlier, we are off to pick up the cloak now. Partly because we want to use the... I guess we don't need to fetch here. To use the needle in to enter a weaver door down here that we wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Another fun, simple little skip here. Holding off that Acnid, just to gain some distance. Another wish we're picking up. So this will be the 5th wish that we are looking at the moment. I don't keep track of them, I just know which ones we do and which ones we don't. But this is the quest that gives us the Drifter's Cloak. These hookers drop spines when you play the needle in and when you hit them. So it's... and you need something like 20 spines or whatever to complete that. And the aim here to get a quick focus cycle is to try and get enough that you don't have to reload the room to respawn them. But I don't think that's the case here. We might have to go up and get some of these. Oops. There we go. So it turns orange, yellow when we have all the spines we need. So again, killing these guys for journal entries. We need 100 of those, and to pick up some money. Given that we don't buy a lot of upgrades in this run, we don't need a lot of money. As in comparison to some other runs, other categories. But we do need enough to buy all the bellway stations and unlock all the doors that we need to unlock in the run. So we entered that weaver nest to pick up another yellow tool called the Silk Speed Anklets, which burn our silk and increase our speed. And this is our 3rd and final movement upgrade, basically, which allows us to just straight run across all these flat segments. And we've been given the Drifter's Cloak now, which means we can buffer stall in the air and to complete this skip, which bypasses another boss, because killing bosses takes a long time. We opened this airstream before when we fell down. All these micro time saves. Again, we benched at Pinterest back there, the cloak, to save our spot when we quit out. Similarly, we are going to save our spot at Farfields to quit out from this next segment. Saves us running all the way back to the Bellway. Sorry, it's not possible. We climb up here and we enter this area called Greymore, and we can do another couple of skips. Wow, I've not failed that in a while. So this silk speed anklets here, increasing our speed faster than we would be able to pogo dash. And you'll see we pass the map maker again, Chakra. And we are attempting to do what is known as crawl skip, where we skip up this little ledge. Like that. It is consistent, it's just difficult. And we get to unlock another bell. I realise I've not talked about the bells yet. We've only gotten 2 so far, but we need 5 of them across different areas of the map to unlock Act 2, essentially, to fight the boss called the Last Judge, and to continue our run into Act 2. So at the moment we've gotten 2 plus the Widow bell upstairs, so that's technically 3. And now we are going for the Shellwood bell. You'll see I jumped through a doorway and popped a flea brew at the same time. Basically, just a neat little trick that you keep some of your momentum when you are traveling in the air, and you pop like a brew or a heal, which allows you to essentially reduce the time it takes to pop a flea brew, and safety time. Here we are picking up we're completing another wish, and this NPC does give you a reward, but it's not good enough to actually wait for her to give it to you, so we can just leave the room. Again, killing this guy for some rosaries and for our journal entries. Oops. Same here. And then we get to complete another quest. This is essentially what the run is collecting bells and getting quests. That one's really hard to do. They're called transition brews, or trans brews, and you can do them up and down as well as left and right. Nice sphere. And we get one of the 2 couriers here. Now these guys are very important in our run because they give us quests that are very easy to complete. Again, here we are completing another quest. And we saved our bench up at Songclave Bell, Shelwood Bell, which means that when we quit out from here, we can head back there. Yeah, this run is essentially running around completing quests and completing Act 3 requirements for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we do a boss rush in Act 3. It's quite a long category. This run is about 3 hours if done correctly. Now we enter Blasted Steps. We've gotten all the bells we need, and we can progress into Act 2. Usually we would pop a flea brew for movement here, but we need them for both of the skips that we are attempting in here. We get this memory locket because we need to unlock another slot in our crest, which allows us to have another tool equipped as well as my cloak didn't buffer. This is quite a punishing area if you mess it up. Oops. Wow, too high. Okay, there's a little cheeky back up there. Oops. I'm missing all the skips here. Again, more rosaries, more oops. More rosaries and more entries. And we get the bellway here. This is a reasonably tricky segment, and it keeps getting trickier because we are still benched in Shelwood, and if we so happen to die here, we will get sent all the way back to Shelwood, and we don't get another bench here until we fight the first boss in Act 2. Typically you'd have to talk to these guys to unlock the dialogue to then play the needle in. We can bypass that by just playing the needle in straight away. And those are the bells represented by bells that we've collected, which summon the Lost Judge, and we can enter Act 2. The spear here is especially potent because we can spear through the attacks that she does. And that gets us extra damage that we wouldn't otherwise get. Should have committed to that. Just a slow fight here. Third phase is the moving fire trails. Oh, really? Nice. The judge blows out a big cloud of smoke and explodes. So make sure not to get caught in there. This is a patch where the explosion deals 3 damage instead of 2, which would have which would kill us if we weren't aware. And yeah, this is welcome to Act 2. We go back to Act 1 for a few things later in the run, but the rest of the act is spent in the Citadel basically. And then we collect the requirements we need for Silksong Soul, which is the quest to get into Act 3. And then from there we can fight Lost Slaves. Actually, what am I doing? Sorry, I'm used to running a different category that goes a different way there. Oops. And here we have a lot of movement basically. We are running through the Citadel to reach the Clockwork Dancers, which is the first fight of Act 2, and that allows us to unlock stuff like the Bellway and the Sunqued Bell, etc. We encounter Lace again. It's going through her dialogue. Pienta. These silk strings bring the enemies in this place to life. So now all the halls are haunted with little bugs. This section is not particularly interesting, it's just a lot of movement. We want to get a heal here. If we can. Because coming up we have the... Oops. I'm not sure how I meant that exactly. Oops. We have the Clockwork Dancers fight. That's definitely not how you do that room quickly. That Pike's Pogo. That Spike Pogo there, allowing us to climb the wall. The spike hitboxes are, or I guess I should say the needle hitboxes are wide enough that you can hit the spikes and bounce off them without actually contacting, without actually contacting the spikes. Just a reminder, we still have no bench. So if we die here, then we send all the way back to Shellwood. It's a pretty dangerous segment. That being said, we are able to farm some silk off the guys outside. And usually we can scream skip here, which is the same thing, damage tanking. Damage tanking as the fight starts, which allows us to get early damage, but I am not very confident in that after not running this category for that long. Interesting thing about this boss is that the HP is not shared between the two characters. So it is faster to focus, one until they die. Here we're going to focus this guy on the left because he moves second. Really? Because I have more silk and he moves second and I am able to get more damage in, typically like a double spear. Remembering that as we stay close to the wall, the silk spear damage or the silk spear animation is faster, which allows us to hit more needles, etc. faster, save more time. Making sure there that we wait until the splits and not when the cogwork dancers actually explode, because there is a slight difference and the splits are more correct because they're based off the game files. Again, skipping the animation of these guys loading. They've given me a quest to collect all the songs in the Citadel. And we're going to go do that basically over the course of the next however long this run is. Yeah, we're able to quit out there because that is a hard save. After fighting the cogwork dancers. And here we are moving towards the Whispering Vaults arena, which allows us to get into Songclave and accept the wishes up there. Oops. Missed a hit on both of those guys and this guy. Not a very clean arena here. It is all solved technically, but it can be a little bit tricky to now we fight the I forget what it's called. Oops. The Vault Keeper. Nice cheeky little gold. Not entirely sure how we got that, to be honest. But I will take it. So here we are entering Songclave from the bottom, picking up the key to enter Whitewall later. We've got enough silk here for a spear, which instantly breaks the silk on the bell, saving us some time. And again, leaving the room before the animation finishes because the game is already set up and it knows that we are skipping this. Pop some of our rosary strings here to allow us to buy the fast travel. And then we can immediately quit out here again. And this is the first one of several TPEs that we do, Time Passes Elsewhere. Which essentially just means that it's the game's way of dictating that you have gone off and done something else and come back, and means that we can accept the wishes that are here. It just means that you have to bench or quit out in a different part of the map than the area that you are wanting to pass time in. Oops, we need a brew here. each area has a little like tip or trick or a thing to do. Like you can jump through those lever panels quick, like, you know, before it opens. There's a strat in this room that I can't demonstrate, which is the lamp bearer pogo, which is basically that you pogo over the lamp bearer, and he will you can climb all the way up to the flea without moving all the blocks around. But I find it very difficult and inconsistent, so I don't do that strat. Here we're picking up the pale oil. Rats. The pale oil, which allows us to upgrade our needle later on when we go back to visit Pliny in Belhart. 1 HP is a little scary here. Very scary indeed. Again, we hard save back here. That's going to lose us quite a bit of time. But we can traverse this relatively quickly. Yeah, so the objects that flew out of the enemies here are the pins, which are a quest item that we need to collect, whatever it is, 12 fine pins, and these guys drop them, so we've got a very specially routed pin route where we can pick up all those pins. Oops. We go to Belhart here to upgrade our needle. Oops. We want to get this needle upgrade as quickly as we can, really, because we do a lot of fighting of bosses. Pick up this quest, which is it's my missing brother, which means we don't find the other courier in Sinners Road later. And here we can give a relic that we picked up earlier for some more rosaries, for some more money. Money that we will need to buy bellways and submit quests. Both Songclave and Belhart require or have donation quests, which is where you just give 200, 300, 400 rosaries, and that is a quest complete. It's just a really fast way to complete quests, so we have put them in the route. Here we quit out immediately. We don't need to waste time travelling back because we are benched up at the top here, and we can go fight Trubio and get our next upgrade. This is the first donation quest, 300 rosaries, which is why we went and got the relic. We sold the relic to get the money to do that donation. Some clean movement through here, and we get to fight this boss Trubio. We actually took a death here in PB, so we might be able to save some time. Didn't pick these up before, but some extra shards because we will need a lot of shards when it comes to Act 3. Orala Yabo! Getting a really poor pattern here. Again, hitting these wall box spears, as they're called. Getting us some more, increasing our DPS. Oops. That's close. The other one that you might have seen me do at the start of the fight was a dash into a spear, which is where you cancel your needle dash animation with a spear. It just allows you to get really quick back-to-back damage. If you do it quick enough, you won't fly up like you do when you would normally spear dash, or normally needle dash rather. I should also mention the down dashes here. We don't go down here, lol. Not yet. The down dash, while it looks cool to perform, only brings Hornet to her max speed instantly. It doesn't increase it. But it's good for small drops where she might not reach her maximum speed. It's another fleet. You might have noticed we hit one of those speedy guys on the way down. Again, another quick journal entry for our collection. And here we get our most unique skill yet, Clawline, which is basically a harpoon. And she will throw out her needle and then be like, pull herself in towards her needle, which can be a way of traveling, except for the fact that we, oh good skip there. We have our silk speed anklets that make us faster than the harpoon travel. Oops. But that skip there is clawline skip, which allows us to skip the platforming on the right side because it can be quite slow. Some nice quick cycles here. The fun thing about the clawline ability is the fact that it can double procs on enemies and on walls and stuff. So that means it hits once when you throw the needle at it, and then it hits again when Hornet collides with the hitbox. So for example here, you can double proc and Hornet's momentum will carry her through the, will carry her through the room transition. Oh wow. We don't need to bench here, but it is a good safety bench if we feel like we might die. We get the first of the melody items Oops. Wow, this is incredibly unlucky. Not sure entirely how that killed that guy, but I'll take it. Actually, another thing that I haven't mentioned is the movement for crossing gaps. Like if I'm jumping across a large... wow. If I'm crossing a gap, then I can pogo and then dash. And the pogo brings you almost as horizontal as vertical. Wow! It's a good thing we safety benched, huh? That the dash will bring you horizontally across enough to... There you go, that's how that's supposed to be done. Will bring you horizontally across enough that the dash can... Oops. Can push you further. Essentially, it's a pogo dash cancel, but in the air, and that gives you good distance and keeps you relatively low over some gaps. This isn't necessarily a bad death here because we do need to farm more pins. We missed a pin earlier because I fell into the spikes, and the pin routing is very precise in this category. Again, pogoing across the spikes here makes for a quick movement rather than going over the top. We actually need this. It's a quick kill on him. Again, concerning amount of HP here, but we might just have to stomach it. I would like a heal here. Garmin and Zaza, thank you. They are... If we talk to them, they can help us in places like the High Halls arena. But the general consensus is the time it takes to... That is incredibly annoying. I didn't know it could do that. So that pin is stuck in the wall of the cart, which means I can't reach it to pick it up. What was I saying? We're gonna go for this shard bundle here because we spend a lot of shards in this route, and I would rather be safe than sorry. This is okay, we can bench here. And we can perform one of the most dubious skips that I am familiar with, called the cocoon skip. And essentially there is a cocoon skip here where we can die and respawn, and our cocoon sits at the right height to bridge the gap between lower Mount Fay and upper Mount Fay. But I am going to attempt the skip for that skip. We're skipping that skip, where essentially we hit a pixel perfect jump off. Oops. Unfortunate. We hit a pixel perfect jump off this, you know, 0.5 millimeter of flat surface here. We align ourselves with a slash. We'd be able to flea brood to gain some extra height and jump off that tiny speck and claw line across to the platform over there. But that's okay. I can show you what the cocoon skip looks like. It's similar. It's just instead of claw lining across, we can pogo the cocoon, skip it that way. It's not nearly as fast, but I guess we don't need to call the bell beast now. Yeah, a lot of these strats involve stalling in the air with flea brew or a spear or something. Yeah, a lot of this movement is quite precise and involves a lot of a lot of practice, which I have not done for a little bit. So here we pogo the cocoon, we buffer our cloak, and we claw line across to this ledge here. We don't need to bench here because we are going to hard save and heal at the top of this this section. That's another popular skip in Mount Faye, which is just claw lining to the spikes, allowing you to gain height enough to skip some of the platforming below. Probably saves about 15 seconds. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. And here we are getting the Fade Down Cloak, which is our double jump ability. And that is, for the most part, all of the abilities we get for the next 2 hours, probably. Maybe hour and a half. And from here we mosey on over to pick up the Hunter's Evolution, which increases our damage if we remain hitless, which is perfect for a category like TE, where TE short for trending, where we don't want to take damage because we have low HP. Nice little drop here. We pick up the flea in Mount Faye. Hard saving at the bench over there. Technically we can kill this guy for some shards and an entry, but most people don't. We quit out from here, and we run back to the slab bellway. We aren't able to quit out from Mount Faye because, or the top of Mount Faye at least, because that's a hard save up there where we get the cloak. Some of the Belbies, because that takes a second for her to come in. Which allows us to spend time getting the flea, saving, I don't know, quarter of a second, half a second. This first, we do these quests. Again, working towards those 17 quest points that we need. And we pick up all of these here. Riveting gameplay. Because this is a long running segment, Fleet Brew is optimal here. We come back to another Weaver door. Another reason we need the technically supposed to have a Fleet Brew here. We get this map here because it has no pickup notification. If you remember when we picked up, oops, when we picked up Fleabrew, it gave us a little notification being like, this is a red tool, this is how you use it, etc. A little tutorial. And the maps have a similar thing, so when we collect all the maps towards the end of the run, we don't actually have to, we don't have to sit through the cutscene. It saves, I don't know, 2 seconds. Now again, this is a hard save in the basement here, so we have to climb out manually. But the good thing is that there are other things we need from here. It's not just the Hunter's Evo, because that would be a little bit silly to just come down here, hard save and grab that, spend, I don't know, 4 minutes for some damage. We also need this snare setup, which is a hard requirement for Act 3. And also, a very important component of some of the skips we do later in the run. Wall scuttling with the Fleabrew is faster here. And now we pop these shell shards. 300. Because that getting Hunter's Evo counts as a time passes elsewhere, and we are able to generate another wish by doing that. Here we bench, we unlock the Ventrica, which allows us to fast travel to Songclave, which we will need when we converse with our good friend, the caretaker. And we go and fight some more bosses. Unintentional damage tank there. And you'll see in the top left we have a little bar now beside our silk heater. Oops. That resets when we get hit. Like right now it's full. I'm gonna take a heal here. And when that meter is full, we do 1.25 times damage, I think, which adds up quite a lot over the fight. If you do 4 or 5 needle hits, then you get what is essentially an extra needle hit for free. So it's well worth to have. And with needle 2 that we have now, that brings our DPS up to like 15 or something. And here we pick up Needle Strike, which is another skill, which is very useful for starting off boss fights and arenas by doing big damage, as well as one-hitting and clearing walls. Which is a big plus. And you'll see us use it a lot in this run. Here, Sands of Karak is one of the more technical, movement-wise, areas of the game, at least in Trunding. I don't know if I'll be able to cover all the skips as I do them, but wow! Wow! So we tried and failed the Conchicana skip there, which the idea is that you pogo off the spike, or you pogo off the Druznaga here, and I'm a little scared about that. Oh, really? You would pogo off the Druznaga and get enough height to skip this whole movement section. Sorry, we do this first. Getting distracted. Again, we need to see Chakra, the map maker, in every area of the map. Oh wow. That is really annoying. Wow. I mean, easily fixed. We can go from the bottom and pick up the flea here. Also the statue, the ball skip the statue skip. The ball skip that I did earlier, where we upslash the little yellow ball. I want that big shard. Then we upslash that. I need my... That's actually very true. I need my cocoon. I didn't think about that. I will have to go and get it. This is quite annoying. I guess I'll be able to show off the skips again. Yeah, a very trying category on 5 HP. A lot of things that are considered fairly simple become quite difficult. But at least I don't have to fight this boss now. I guess I'll talk about this skip when I get to it. We need 2 skip. We need 2 silk for the platform skip there, so we don't get to attempt it this time. That falling boulder killing the enemy there gets us another journal entry, which we need. Killing this guy gives us the silk to do the skip coming up. We upslash this ball twice to pogo on it to hit this skip, which sets us up to do this. Pogo off these spikes, hover here, that skip. And again, the needle art here is very helpful to one hit this and head down into the lower area. But that's enough Sands of Carrick. We've spent enough time loss in there. We start doing some of the Act 2 quests here. This is a fixed requirement, is the Sherma spool fragment. Oh, I need the pin. I need the pin. That's why. That's funny. Oops, that's the wrong way. The idea is we turn in our quests here, which allows us to pick up the next round of quests and continue our grind. That's quite unfortunate about the pin here. I think we are 1 pin short. Yeah, look at that, 1 pin short. We're actually going to do something weird here. We're going to travel to a different location to quit out, so which allows us to do a TPE, time passes elsewhere, and we can come back to Songclave because we benched there. And if we submit this this quest, we should be able to pick up if we bench, we should be able to pick up. Interesting. What am I missing? Oh, I forgot to save Jubilana on the way here. That is mighty unfortunate. Yeah, wow. It's been a solid month since I've practiced this category properly. So excuse me for forgetting some things. Yeah, no wonder I was missing stuff. Jubilana is an NPC that is required to be in Songclave. And gives us a large sum of rosaries from back here. We're supposed to rescue her when we head to Mount Faye. And again, we have to leave the room, and we can quit out here. And that is all of the round 1 quests that we could receive from Songclave. Here's our and we do a Life of Cloaks here. I think this is correct. TE and 100% are very similar cloak routing. But if I remember correctly, the idea is collect cloaks on the way to open up White Ward. And then we rescue Sherma. this is where our needle strike comes in handy. As we get, oops, as we get our silk management and our Evo bar, our revolution bar, we can hit these guys. Oops. And kill them with one needle strike, which makes farming here very efficient. And so this is our open white ward segment, where we can hit several skips in a row here. This is called the white ward lever skip, if I can actually hit it. Oh, come on. There we go. So that hits the lever in the wall here. Allowing us to access white ward from the top rather than traditionally through the elevator. And you saw the elevator skip as well, which is where we, using our harpoon, we can hit the segment, like the lever, before we hit before we get pulled in, which means that the lever activates and the walls come down, and then we hit the wall rather than going into the elevator. It's a fairly precise setup, but it is consistent. A consistent setup, sorry, just means that it's able to be reproduced consistently. Like you can, if you input the right inputs every time, you can. This is not the route. Unfortunate. Yeah, it just means it's consistently reproducible. That if you decide to, if you input the same inputs every time, it turns out the same. I'm used to playing with circlet here because of the 100% route that I used to run, or currently run, I guess. Wow! Take our 7th death here. This is quite unfortunate. Makes for quite a slow run if we keep dying. Oops. It's okay, we need an extra cloak anyway, so we'll go ahead and farm these guys. A lot of this can be very cleanly optimized for some very generous time save. I'm very aware that there is more to be done. Might take a heal here. And now we can, since we open white ward, Shoma is able to enter this section, and we can then complete this save Shoma segment, which is a hard requirement for Act 3, because Shoma is the owner of Songclave, or like the keeper of Songclave after we enter Act 3. That's not how you set that up. again, there are consistent setups for this arena. I just struggle to perform them sometimes. This is not my best showcase of skill, but it is informative, I hope. Now, the cylinder we picked up earlier in the room with the big Vault Keeper in the back is going to be used to get the first of the 3 melodies that we need to enter, to fight the last boss and enter Act 3. And at the same time, we are using that trip as our time passes elsewhere to generate the quest for Jubilana Rescue 2. Where am I going? Now, again, we can perform another cheeky skip here. If we line up perfectly with the edge of the chair, we can perform a skip here and skip past the Vault Keeper without actually interacting with him, which allows us to pick up this cylinder and get some more money while we're here. Here we are, we learn the first melody, the first of 3. The Vault Keeper, the Architect, and the Conductor. And as I said before, this quit out counts as our time passes elsewhere, which generates the next round of quests in Songclave. And we can complete this Save Jubilana quest because we head into what's it called? We head into the Memoriam and Petrified Ducks regardless. Sorry, we bench here. We do several laps of this section here, both of the times farming Evo. And we've just lost all our Evo, so we need to re-farm some of this. We do the difficult task of killing the Rhino here, the Rhino Grunt, because it drops a Beast Shard, which is a fantastic deposit of shell shards that we need for some of the tool pogos coming up. That's an okay death to take, I think. Not super happy about it, but what can you do? We can speed this guy to save some time. Remember, legal past him is really awkward. Oops. Again, any breakable walls, even if I might not do it, should be needle arted. And here's a hack: we can pick up a quest item from the I'm scared about that. prefer not to die again to this segment, but we will see. And of course we save the big flea up here because he's right next to right next to us on this run. It's worth it. There's a scream skip here you can do again, damage tanking, but we do not have the health to perform that. Just cutting it close. And again, we can quit out straight from here, back to the bench, because it is faster to run from this bench into Putrefied Ducts, which is the next area we go. But before that, we equip the Vault Vessels in preparation for the first of the tool skips coming up. I'll talk more about that when we get there, but the idea is this arena is just horribly difficult to do regardless of what tools or gear you have. It's difficult in 100% when you come here with like 8 masks and all the tools. Come on, thank you. But that second wave is a lot easier with a snare setup. The idea is to get all the enemies to dive on your location, and they will they'll take damage from the snare. Again, another shell shard packet because we need as much as we can get. And also I forgot the donations that we do in this route are. Oh, it ate my silk. This is really bad here. Kind of frame perfect jumps here almost. We get the belly because we come back here later for some of the Fleetopia we go, sorry. This guy sucks, I hate this guy. Well, I guess we are losing more time. That's so frustrating. But yeah, as you can see, the tools cost shards. So whenever we refill our tools, we use up some shards. This is actually not the end of the world because we actually, I forgot we do need this kill here for our journal entry count. And from this point on in the run, we don't use flea brew or anything. It's mainly just these tools. Ooh. There we go, that's not bad movement. Oops. What I got confused about there is we come back to this area in a later segment. And we head left there into an area known as Firewater, which is one of the, if not the hardest segments in the run. But from here we get to perform the first Vault Vessel Pogo of the run. And a Vault Vessel Pogo is essentially a tool interaction between the Vault Vessels and the snare setter, such that you can bounce off the balls with a snare. And the idea is to get up here, to skip climbing all the way down and around and up the right side. Do another one here. This makes for a really quick climb. It's a very scary, oops. Wow. We are getting supremely unlucky here with our pogos. Oops. Unfortunately, we cannot do the last alt pogo skip because we have run out of tools for the moment. So we have to go around the long way. And here we have a puzzle. And completing this puzzle gives us the Architect's Melody, which is the second of the 3 melodies. And after this we go pursue the third one, which allows us to fight Lace 2, and then get directly into Act 3 stuff. And then Act 3 is just, a boss rush, essentially, where we fight 6 different bosses on 5 HP, and Needle 2. This drop here, again, very optimized. And again, doing this on the HP that we entered with. Interesting. Not sure how that works. A hard save again is up here. There's a lot of micro optimizations in this category, specifically around silk management, and stuff like flea brew management, tool management. And a lot of that can be fairly tricky to remember. But here we will enter high halls with some more really kind of awfully difficult movement. Oops. I don't think I've talked about the jump transitions that I've been doing. Basically, your first input that you can do after a room transition is specified at like a time from that exiting that transition. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can do. There we go, God Pixel. I've not done that in a month, maybe. The idea is there is a. Oh wow. I'll take this slow here. There is a gap in the pixels between the first row of spikes and the second row, and the space is just wide enough that Hornet can fit through. I'm actually going to bench here. Can fit through in her dash animation, and there is a consistent setup by pogoing, slashing the wall, and then pogoing twice, and that puts her in the correct position to fit through the gap when she dashes. And this is another arena. Wow! Incredible death off rip. This is the arena before the conductor's melody, which is our third and final melody. We'll take a heal this time. There's nothing super special about this arena. It's more about getting the setup correct for all the waves, remembering what's coming and how to kill it quickly. What's good here is a lot of needle strikes, but it's difficult when you've not practiced it, I guess. We've also, to help us here, we've got the Injector Man tool, which allows us to reduce the time it takes to heal. Whoa! Wow, that was incredibly close. Again, you can set snares here for these big bosses that come in, except it's often depending on your shard management throughout the run. Sometimes it might be better to save your shards for something like the Vault Vessel skips. Because we're supposed to only use 3, we used all 5, which means we are down about 32 shards. Because each tool repair is 8 shards, which means 8 times 2 times 2 is 32 shards, which is quite a lot for missing 2 skips. Or 2 pogos. And remember our hard save is the bench out here, so I technically could have quit out, but I have full HP, so I may as well run out. Farming enough silk here for a spear, because we are just about to go into a fight with Lace again. Lace 2. First we have to play the melody we learnt, of course. And then we are coming up to quite a reasonably difficult segment of the run, where we run through Bywater and Sinner's Road in Greymore without a fixed bench, just to clean up some of the Act 2 stuff. We put this segment here because this is one of the times we are near a bellway, and we can do stuff like go and visit Chakra in these places that we need to go, the map maker. And she actually has a quest at the end of the act where we have to go. We have to go see her in Putrefied Depths or Biowater, and sing a song with her. So everything we do in this run is very, very planned out, very well thought through. Yeah, so see how she fell into the smoke over there? Oops. Wow, we'll take a lace death. She fell into the steam there in that fight, which in Lace 1, if she fell into the lava did 40 damage. But for some reason the steam in this fight does like 18 damage, which is less than 2 needle hits at this needle level. Which means it's not optimal to stagger her into the fog here. Again, optimizing the dash throughs there. Allowing us to get a good amount of damage. You'll also notice in this, after her scream, that her needle hitbox is slightly... Oh, we might not get to see it. Her needle hitbox here doesn't actually exist when she does the ground slashes. And for whatever reason that bug exists on this patch. And it's completely legal to use, but it's kind of funny that you can't take damage unless it's like contact damage after that first stagger. But yeah, we fight Lace 3 times in this run. This being the second time, and the way she moves, the way her attacks are laid out, they are often within good dashing distance of each other. It's very easy to line yourself up with a dash rather than having to like walk over to her between attacks. But the next time we fight Lace, that is not the case. So it's very easy to, you know, to confuse the two in practice and end up performing poorly on the Lost Lace segment. So here we unlock the shortcut to GMS, Grandmother Silk, which is the boss in, oops, that's the wrong Bellway, or the wrong Ventrica station. GMS, Grandmother Silk, is the final boss of Act 2, which brings us to Act 3 when we kill her. But now we have a lot of cleaning up to do, basically. You can see also that I taunt instead of call the Bell Beast. Is that 4 up? Yeah. Is that right? Go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Because we don't have the Greymore Bellway station, it's faster to climb up here than spend the time to gather the rosaries. allows us to collect the cloaks, which is a quest item on the way to halfway home. And this is our first time entering Greymoor this run, which is kind of funny. Oh, a second time, I guess. We did the crawl skip earlier. But this is when we actually do the Greymoor quests. I think we have to go around. And I like to pick up the memory locker here so that I can equip a second tool here on the left. Just because I think it's fun, it makes it easier. Because we bench, these guys respawn and we can farm the cloaks again, and this will give us all of the cloaks that we need for the quest. Oh, one extra, awesome. And here we can start collecting some of the pelts for this quest. Get this flea, one of the 22 that we need. Do this arena with this early game arena with lots of gear, which makes things nice and easy. We can actually hit this guy. Evo giving us this extra DPS as well. We do still only have 5 health, so it is important here to stay damageless as much as possible. And we can quit out here because we have all the pelts we need. A bit of a slow arena, but that's okay. We get to look forward to the harder sections of the run. Upcoming we have the Bilewater Roll skip, which is another Vault Pogo skip. We come back later for this, don't we? We do, yeah. So that is New is our journal girl. She has the quest for the journal, where we need the 100 entries, 100 different kills. Krat, which is another flea we need. That elevator skip you saw is a fairly simple pogo on the crawl, and then halfway across. It's a weird gold. Again, another wish that is relatively simple that we can pick up here is the Roach Guts quest, where we have to kill, I think it's 10 roaches, and claim their guts to feed these 2 bugs. Very fun little world that we live in. This is the other courier that we had to collect and free. Tip, I think it is, Tip or Pill, one of the 2. Which allows us to do the courier quests later in the run. This is actually incorrect. We should see chakra in... It's technically faster to see chakra here later, because we can see her in... Okay. Wow! Because we can see her in Bilewater, and then we come back to Cinder's Road, and we can... Oh my god. Once these guys dive, it's almost impossible to get that back. Yeah, it's better to see chakra after we come back from Bilewater, so that we can buy the maps here rather than, you know, like a micro time save. Oh, it's an awkward pogo. A few little time saves there. Gonna take a heal here, play it safe. That Chalamet pogo you saw, where you can harpoon and then pogo the flying guy. There's lots of tech like that. Perfect. Oh my god. And here we get a key, a simple key, which allows us to unlock the Green Prince, who is caged in Cinder's Road. How did that hit me? Oh wow. We are losing time all over the place, that's crazy. Clearly a segment I have not practiced. But that key allows us to unlock the Green Prince's cage right here, meaning that we can, oops, meaning that we can head to this place called Vidania in Act 3, which is faster than and pick up the items we need for completion, which is faster than going to the area you're meant to go to. Again, I'm not sure about this health. I keep ending up here on 2 HP, which is not ideal. And there we go, that's our simple key. And now we save the flea here. We can do it like that, where we spear through the wall of the cage and kill the roach at the same time. It's a cool little optimization. Another needle arc to break the wall. And we are into Firewater. On full HP and full what's it called? Full Evo as well. Which means our damage is good and our health is good. Again, remembering that we have our bench back in halfway home in Greymore. So if we die, we end up all the way back there. Which I might be doing a bit of here. A little bit scary. We see Chakra here, and because we already saw her in Sinners Road, we are able to buy all the maps. Typically it'd be the other way around. We'd see her in Firewater, and then we'd buy out in Sinners Road, slightly faster. But this also works. This is another reason we need so many rosaries, because these maps are expensive. She is not cheap. It's about 860 rosaries, I believe, the whole thing. And we were able to skip the map animation or tutorial, I guess. Because we picked up that map in Weed Nest Adler. And here, there's a boss in Firewater, but we do not want to fight it, because it takes a long time, it's got a long arena. And we would much rather do a little skip here and save some time. Let's see if we can perform it correctly. Ooh. Not if my jump continues to do that. Ooh, look at that. We don't quit out from here. We go... Oops. We go up here, and we unlock the shortcut to Firewater. I think we quit out here. I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Also supposedly do that elevator skip. I'm not sure what's technically faster, but multiple versions exist. So now we go back into Sinners Road, and we kill these guys for their guts to finish the quest. Actually need to kill this guy. Such a long jump, that's crazy. We are going to take a heal here. I am scared. There is, oh wow. There is a strat to fighting these guys, but it is, I just haven't practiced it. We can, theoretically, we can go down to pick up the barbed bracelet below us. Wow. I messed up that shortcut. We could go down to get the barbed bracelet, which does 1.4 times damage, but we also take double damage. And I am not confident enough to pick it up. I don't think anyone has actually run with that's technically a fake gold because we bought out the maps previously, but we can do this still, which is freeing the green prince, and then we can quit out from here. And this is where we hand in our quest from New. Now that we've gotten all these entries, we are still missing some. A quick and easy backup is this arena. Gives us 2 unique enemies without losing too much time. And hopefully that is enough. It is. If it's not, we might have an issue. There we go. I'm not sure what number wish this is, but I think it might be 13. But we get a. We should hand in this to Krieg, and then we go and enter Belhart. So we can still do this skip, otherwise the he'll put up a scarecrow and we can't. It scares the birds away and we can't do that skip. And here we bypass the we run past the flea to collect all whatever it is, 22 fleas that we need. And neat little fact that we didn't open that that door because the courier opened it when he left for Belhart. And here we get the Trail's End wish, which is Chakra's final wish. And if we have the rosaries, we can do the first donation. Now this segment is what the speed patch is for. We have the courier RNG fix, which is specifically because of this quest, the courier's quest, which if you are unfamiliar, I think this is bone bottom. If you're unfamiliar, basically the couriers give quests to travel to different areas and deliver supplies, and one of those quests involves traveling to Songclave, which is a long way away and takes a lot of time, and we often lose runs to having to run all the way to Enclave and stuff. Because each time you load one of the quests, in this patch at least, once you complete one of the quests, there's a chance for the same quest to be re-rolled. And because we want unique quest points, we don't want to do the same wish again, we can't redo the same segment, the same delivery again. Which means we either have to complete the segment, the wish anyway, because... oh, there's a bell here. Complete it anyway because it will reload the wishes again, or do the Songclave wish, which is about 2 minutes. So it's a lose-lose really. And by implementing this Courier RNG fix, it basically guarantees that the quest you just did won't be re-rolled, which is good, and that saves about a minute or a minute and a half to getting bad RNG. RNG is just randomness in game. What we're doing now is the Silver Bells quest, where we scramble through the bell vein looking for these shiny bells. Oh, that's annoying. While carrying the package, the delivery. And the fun thing about this segment is that whenever we take damage or hard fall or like, you know, bonk our heads basically, the package, the delivery takes damage. And we only have 5 chances at that. And we do several quests during this period. And the reason I am reloading the room here is because in this patch, the bells, their UI, they can get stuck in the roof and not fall out properly. And reloading the room just reloads the spawners and make sure that any bells trapped in the roof fall out of the roof, basically. And now we do the Flint Beetles quest, which is, oh wow, which is basically, oh, that's so annoying. Killing the beetles and getting their flint. As a quest item. We also fight Skull Tyrant here. We can get early damage in before the scream by needle-arting and needle-arting and spearing. But all in all, a fairly dangerous segment to do on 5 HP, because you end up in situations like this where you are on 1 HP and you have to kill what, 2 more beetles and then deliver the package. So it's kind of, it's unsure whether, like, where's the best time to quit out if you fail the delivery. That if you know, if you get is it better to collect all the quest items so you don't take damage again, or, you know, I like to complete the quest items and quit out here, and then deliver the supplies in on a different route. Face me, please. And we want bone bottom again. And I can't, for all those people wondering, I can't actually read Chinese. I just know what the starting character looks like for the quest that I want. Which I believe this is Bone Bottom. If it's Pilgrim's Rest, I might be sad. But as you can see, still running the safe route here comes with a lot of challenges. Because any hardfall like that is damage to the package. And here we are down in Bone Bottom, and we can deliver our delivery. I think in PB we had a deathless go at this, which means we are losing a significant amount of time here. Yeah, and then we can hand in all our quests at Bone Bottom, and do this last dono, which we need to break open some shards for. And that should be number 16. And then we have the Pilgrim's Rest courier package. We can do this donation as well. We finished Silver Bells. There's a lot of quest handing in. We get to accept Pilgrim's Rest. And we get to perform another Full Pogo statue skip, where we go through Hunter's March and unlock what's her name? Carmelita's area quickly. Carmelita being a boss in Act 3. Because usually in Act 3 the entry to Carmelita is guarded by a Narita, which is voided, which means all the attacks do double damage. Oh, every time I forget that he jumps up. And to do that, to skip that arena, we can do the following skip, which requires a fair amount of practice. But there you go, that's not bad. Fairly clean skip. And then we've got this drop here, which we can damage tank through because we have good thing we have some more rosaries. We can damage tank through because we have the health for it. We deliver this package, and then that is the second last quest we need. quit out back to Bellheart, and then we can take the Bellway to back to Songclave, where we can finish out this. Oh, sorry, we go and finish out this first. We get the Trails End Wish. We can do a snare setter drop right here. How cool is that? In this patch, this snare setter has no maximum velocity listed in the files, so it accelerates indefinitely, which is pretty cool. This is our last flea, I believe. And now we get to make our way to Trails End. It's the wrong way. Oh, come on. Really? Wow. Wonder what the issue is there. We don't need those rosaries, but they're good to have. And here we play a beautiful song with Chakra, because her whole mission for this game was to find her her mentor, who was traveling alone through these caves, and she was mapping each segment to find her, and this is where we find her, having lived a long life. It's a beautiful moment, really. Shame that we don't get time to appreciate it properly in a run. And we can quit out here and head back to first we move the caravan, that's right. Just check that we've got no outstanding quests. Perfect. And we can head right over to the fleas and send them to Fleetopia, which is this place that we saw before. Oops. Which is another hard requirement for Act 3 in this category. This is what we've been collecting all the fleas for. And then we can fight Grandmother Silk and enter Act 3. We are close to being done with this run. Get our Spore Fragment, which actually comes in quite handy later in the run, because being able to have a heal and an extra silk afterwards is very handy. We are quitting out here to perform another Time Passes Elsewhere for the caravan troop, because they need to know that we've been out, explored, got more fleas and come back, despite having gotten all the fleas already. And now we don't travel with them to Fleetopia, because that is slower than actually running back from the Grand Gate, which, by the way, is why we do the Last Judge rather than the Mist. The Mist is another way to get to Act 2, find Phantom instead of Judge, and go through the Mist. But we need to clear the Grand Gate. We need to beat Judge to move the caravan there. So it is worth it's worth fighting Judge rather than Phantom in this round at least. Now we get to talk to my favorite NPC, who has by far the most dialogue in this game. The Caretaker. We bench here because we will be quitting out later. Oi! 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 He likes to yell and he likes to yap. This guy. Let's pray that we haven't forgotten anything in this run. Here we go, Silken Soul accepted. This is the wish that once we complete we can enter Act 3. So we performed the Growl Skip in Bywater in order to collect the, I think it's the Seeker's Soul. And we need 2 other souls to make a trap to kill Grandmother Silk. 3 up and then 4 up. This guy in the Bell Hermit also has a soul. There are snail shamans. Atta! Asso manino! And now you'll just like give us the soul. It's not really a difficult quest, it's just kind of annoying really. Mayra likes to sleep. And the last one is the Chapel Maid who we met at the very start. And that is all the requirements we need for Act 3. It's a long and weird list. One of the ones I didn't talk about was the damn. One of the ones I didn't talk about was the Pavo's Bellholm Key, which is the key that Pavo gives you once he considers you like family. Gives you a key to your own Bellholm, and you need to do a certain number of wishes in Bellheart for that. So it's a routing nightmare really, at the end of the day. But all that allows us to go fight Grandmother Silk and finish off the act. That gold makes me nervous that I have missed something, but I do not think I have. Couldn't quite get the transbrew there. And we get a little bit of fun parkour here, fun platforming. And that's the caretaker telling us he's laid the trap, and that once we kill Grandmother Silk, instead of absorbing her power, we can trap her power. We find out that actually the snail shamans have used her to bring about the void, the abyss, from the Hollow Knight game. That string damage attack does oh my god, I'm taking damage from everything. does 3 damage, so if we are low enough, then we can actually die from that, which is a little bit scary given we are on 5 HP. And it will get scarier because Act 3 is essentially a lot of bosses and a lot of difficult platforming. That's just the wrong way. There's a demonstration of the damage that it does. Really? Wow. That is impressive. I'm so unfortunate. Grandmother Silk is not a difficult boss. And she was very, very low there. Just unfortunate. I'm getting tired. It's the fatigue of running a 3.5 hour long category. Yeah, we were maybe 15 seconds off a good fight there. It's just a chance to show off this awesome movement again. Got him up! So then the narrative here is that Grandmother Silk has been controlling all of Farloom, haunting them, as it were, with her threads of silk. And in the normal ending, Hornet would just like bind her energy and take her power for her own. But it's not until this trap or by doing the quests that Hornet learns to care for the denizens of Farloom and the Citadel. And that she wants to actually fix this problem rather than add to it. It's a cool, very cool story, right? Like, you know, game design kind of thing. That is unfortunate. Let's take a heal here. Wow! Good thing for that heal, hey? There we go. And instead of binding here, we can play the needle in. Thematically, makes sense again. That we defeated Widow, who was, you know, a helper to GMS. Now, I am going to take a bathroom break here. This would be a good place to shout out donos or subs or whatever. I will be right back. Oops, slightly longer than I thought I would be. But here we can get into Act 3. Yeah, thematically very similar to the start of Act 1. Very cool game design by Team Cherry. We start on low HP, needing a heal. Act 3, Abyss. It looks pretty cool in Chinese, I have to say. And now Act 3 introduces a new idea that enemies can be voided, and if they're voided they have more health and they deal double damage. And or they deal 2 damage always. Oops. And what else was I gonna say? They deal 2 damage, and they take away your silk if they hit you. So it's even more imperative that you do not get hit in this this act. We've been stripped of all our tools for this segment, so we are resorting back to our old pogo dash movement. It's faster than just running. And here we have an arena where all the enemies are void. Again, using the idea that the harpoon procs twice, we get 2 hits off it, and Hornet conserves her momentum when she flies through, being able to needle hit and then harpoon those 3 hit walls. We have another one of my favourite arcs in this game, which is Sherma, who started out at the bottom gate, which we didn't see her at, but she was there, and she believed her song would suffice with her faith, and she would be able to make it to the top. And she got stuck in White Ward, getting supplies because she realized that she actually needed to, proactively do something. Otherwise, she was going to be, she's going to be useless and people would get hurt. And now she's leading the Citadel, which is it's a pretty fun character development, I think. Here we are seeing the Green Prince, so that when we go to enter Vidania later, that the prince will be there. Oops. Definitely better ways to do that drop. Because we need one of the hearts from Vidania to finish the game. So he's gone and found his dead lover that they turned into a robot. It's a very sad game if you think about it. If you think about it too much. So we tried to summon the Bell Beast and we got the Bell Eater instead, which again thematically reflects the Bell Beast fight at the start, and gives us a new. That's unfortunate. Gives us a new ability to play with. I'm scared. Which is the beasting call that we get here, which allows us to fast travel back to the Bell Beast. Really? We're still not done? Now we're done. Slow fight. Yes, which becomes a very important ability. Instead of quitting out, we can have a bench saved at one place and the Bell Beast at another, and we get this, this extremely fast travel system going. So a lot to think about in terms of routing for Act 3. It's very fun watching people come up with routes and reroutes and everything, working out the fastest way to do this stuff. I mean, that's why I love speedrunning so much personally, is the optimization. It's really quite cool. Beast and Call. And now we fight the four brothers. Actually, first we get let me bench here quickly. Do we not have any more? We open these shards so that we can repair our tools, because we will be using a lot of them. We go and pick up, we go talk to the shamans, because they're to blame for this mess, and we need to talk to them to enter the abyss, which is where we're going next. Where we get our final skill. Yeah, these snail shamans here. These guys kind of dictate all of Act 3 for us, which is pretty cool. So we bench here. And we head into Four Brothers, which is the found in the deep docks, and you need to beat them to unlock the entry into the abyss, the diving bell. That guy takes 2 hits to kill with the explosion. Always be careful that that jump is impossible, I swear. To be careful with the void attacks there, because they can be quite deadly going into this next fight. And now that we don't need to pick up, we don't need to do any more vault pogos, because the snare setter has been taken for Act 3. We can use our tools to do dashed the wrong way there. We can use our tools to essentially deploy a nuclear bomb on these bosses. There's not too much to say about the rest of this run, to be honest. It's more just strats for these bosses. It's good to get Silk off this guy before you fight the arena. That's the safe jump there. That first jump has to be, you have to get an almost perfect insta-wings, which is basically at the height of your jump you have to deploy your wings, and then at the height of that second jump, that double jump, you reach the ledge, which is hard because you have to maintain, you have to stay, wow. You have to stay pressing the jump button to get a high jump, which means you have to like let go and repress almost instantaneously, which is trickier than it would seem. Where's my cloak? Take a heal here, just for safety. Nice. That's how a good fight is supposed to look. Again, we're trying to get those wall bonk spears, because they... I guess we're going this way, aren't we? Again, we're benching here to quit out to later. And we go talk to our main man Ballo, who drives the bell, which gets us into the abyss. Yeah, trying to maximize the wall bonk spears on that fight, because the walls are right next to the edge of the arena, which means if you stand super close to them, you can to the boss, you can hit a quick spear in the same time it takes to do a needle attack, or slightly longer, sorry, which is a massive time save. I think we're good here. It's the fall we want to do. This movement here is very precise. There's a cycle, oops, you want to be on, which I think I've missed. Just barely. Oh, you made it. Very precise cycle that requires, that, you know, allows you to jump and pogo each lava lug as it like reaches the lowest point in its wall climb. There is a backup beast shard there if you are running low on shards, but I think we will be okay. There's only what, 3 bosses we need it for. We need it for Seth. Actually, we don't use it for Seth. We use attacks. If you want to use tools on Seth, Nalith is in a dream, which means we get our shards back for the tools that we used. Same with Carmelito, and same with all of Vidania. So it's really only Lost Lace and Four Brothers that we need those tools for. Oops, that's the wrong. Wow, movement is incredibly washed. We're coming up to a fairly difficult skip in a few minutes called Lake Skip, which skips the Abyss Lake in the Abyss, where we are now. A lot of this movement is fairly self-explanatory. We kind of we want to avoid the massive lava lugs that are top and bottom, or usually on the top path rather, so we take the bottom path. And here we get to commune with Lace. We have a little heart-to-heart. And here we can attempt to perform a Lake Skip. That's gonna miss. Which essentially is we pogo those two biomass, I guess. I don't know what you call them. And the aim is to hit the breakable rock that is jutting out from. Wow. Usually I'm okay at this. I don't know why I'm incredibly washed today. Here we go. Like this. And up here to enter this. Lake Skip skips a large segment of platforming to the right by hitting that. Oops. By hitting that little pogoable rock. I must have died here in PB, which is quite sad. Which means there's a lot of easy time save to get. This run can definitely be improved. My 320 is I mean, this run specifically is quite poor. I've spent a lot of time explaining and not super focused on gameplay. But yeah, this my PB definitely has a lot of room for improvement. But that little segment there, we got our last silk skill, which is Silksong, which allows us to throw our spear upwards like a harpoon and smack onto the roof and fly up. It's pretty cool. It allows us to do some neat skips later. Nice. And that you would have seen before that we pogoed two little rocks to get out of the abyss there. And that is Lunia skip, which saves half a second maybe, instead of having to sit there and power up a Silksong. GG, getting mauled by mauled by spikes. And here we have the Abyss Climb segment, which is arguably one of the coolest sequences in the game. segments, you would not be surprised to know probably that there are lots of skips to be found, or to be completed, I guess. In this segment. Some I am more comfortable with than others, like this lava cycle skip here. Fleabrew skip, and we again here for this segment. Oops. We climb this last bit normally. Oops. Oh, we start all the way back down here. Wow. Crazy time loss. This segment requires a fair amount of focus. And then we get to do some really cool silk saws here, which we skip arguably the coolest part of this climb, which is the last bit here. Slightly off-center, it doesn't really matter here, but we can get nicked by the spikes, so we'll see. There's a cool trick of being able to swing your needle to cancel the silk saw. Oops. It's faster here to dash back inside and beast and call. Sorry, it's faster to stop your silk saw early rather than hitting. You hit the roof and you get stunned. You have the stun animation, but you can skip it by swinging your needle, or trying to heal as well, I believe, which is quite cool. Again, all these little tiny optimizations. Sorry, we have one more silk skill, I guess, which is the Elegy of the Deep, which is how we enter the dreams of the powerful bosses in Falu. Joe Manel. So these guys caused the the Abyss catastrophe, so I'm glad that they are the ones that are teaching me to fix it. The storyline here is that these we basically call that these snail shamans are able to retrieve a flower from Hornet's memory, which allows her to survive the. I guess we don't do that here. To survive the abyss and to descend even further, to fight whatever has taken over the depths of the abyss, which is quite cool. Ideally, we probably have we should have benched at the shamans, because this is a good brew through here. And this is the elevator where you are intended to go when you enter Act 2. but we found a cheeky little shortcut up through the top of the scales, and instead we take the elevator now, which leads us to fight Seth and Nihilith, who each, well, Seth guards Nihilith, and Nihilith has the heart, which is required to summon the power to enter my dream to get the flower to ascend to the depths of the abyss and to fight Lost Lace. If that's not confusing enough for you. Now here we could fight okay. We could fight Seth on 1 HP and do all this movement over spikes on 1 HP. Or this is actually a hard save segment, which means we can quit out and regain our HP and still spawn back here. I failed a harpoon from the right side there. Oops. To underneath the block, and that harpoon is just a little bit of a time save if you can knock down the thing before you respawn, before you put out. Challenge Seth, the Shrine Guardian. And we basically use every trick that we've learned, or that I've like showcased across the entire run. I'm gonna take a heal here. Oops. So Seth's needle does double damage, but Seth's body contact does 1 damage. Which is good if you are 2 HP and you're looking to avoid contact. We don't have a brew here, but we can still do the damage skip, which allows us. Oops! Wow, it's been a long time since I've died to Seth. Which allows us to skip the scream for the second phase. But yeah. Oh, I guess we don't need to hold that anymore. We can hold and let go of funny damage tank. Wow, we are 1 HP again. I am dead. Wow. You can hold and let go of needle arts through screen transitions. If you were not already aware. Oh, I don't need this, do I? Actually, if I'm gonna die to Seth again, I might as well. Oh, it's this one. Might as well unlock the shortcut. Wow, it's been a while since I've had a proper Seth fumble. It's a boss that once you kind of learn the basics of, it becomes quite simple. Oops. Wow! He just grabs me. He just grabs me. There's not too much more to say about this boss, so I'm just gonna try and lock in and beat this guy. Actually, that's a lie. Seth, if you don't know, is based on a real person. I don't know if you saw the title card below, which is it says Seth Goldman, because Seth Goldman was a Kickstarter backer, I think, or a Hollow Knight lover, who had cancer, and sadly did not survive the chemotherapy, and he died before the game released. Missed the screen skip there. And so this boss is an homage to him, which is really sweet. So here we're doing all the strats that we've done in previous boss fights or arenas. Using a lot of that. Oh wow. We're actually gonna heal, even though we don't need to for the memory. Using those dash strike spears and those pogo dash through turnarounds for some good damage. Wow, incredibly slow Seth, great time loss, me. And now we get to enter Nihilith, sorry, who is the first of the ancient, powerful beings that we get to fight. The trick with Nihilith is the floor disappears. So in early versions of the route, when we had Shaman's Crest equipped, which forces a grounded bind. That's the wrong one. Made this fight quite hard if you needed to heal. Like we will do right here. So the trick with Nihilith here is that we harpoon and slash, and again the slash cancels our harpoon movement in the air. Wow. I fucking hate it when you do that. Oh! Must be very low. Yeah. The slash stops the harpoon animation. When Hornet flips in the air, you can't do an attack at that point, so you have to wait it out sometimes. It's just a good damage rotation along there. But yeah, it's fun. Each boss here, the next little while, has their own like unique gimmick, and it's a very well made, very fun segment. Like this. No. All the way around. Right? I think so. Because we use tax and vault vessels on Carmelita. And we use them on Vidania as well. So this is the bridge we opened in Act 2 when we did the statue skip, and that saved us about 2 minutes or 3 minutes here doing an arena, which is good. It's quite annoying to do a Hunter's March Void Arena. Here's the thing. Again, developing some consistent movement through here has been tricky. So one of the tips is to harpoon pogo the flying guy, because that just is faster apparently. And now we enter Carmelita Dream here, and we are able to fight and obtain her heart. It's amazing actually that Carmelita is still alive, given that she's probably, I don't know, hundreds of bug years old. But she is Scar Singer Carmelita, and so she's going to put on a little performance for us. She's actually very generous in the fact that she lets us heal, once you know her patterns. She's very generous in her spaces and time to heal. Take a heal, and then we set up the nuclear bomb, which I failed to do. I realize I've not talked much about parrying this round. Oops. Parrying is just when you and your needle and a projectile interact at the same time, and instead of trying to render both hitboxes in the same place, it will pick one, which is usually your needle, to prioritize, which means you can hit cool parries like that. I'm gonna take a heal here. But yeah, Carmelita's fight style here is really fun. Parry there. Nice. That's a reasonably fast Carmelita here. Might actually be gold almost. Maybe not actually. Not much to say about Carmelita, to be honest. It's a really cool, fun fight, but it is, most of her attacks can be dodged by jumping, and once you get the positioning right, it is really quite quick, and you get quite efficient at it. I just missed those vault vessels at the start, which is just unfortunate. Really? Kind of wishing I took that bench before. Wow. We do hard save at Carmelita, so this run back is not too bad. But it's just it's just funny, I guess. But here we are running to Verdania because, which is on the far right. Really? far right of Greymore, and we don't have the Greymore Bellway, so we're just going to run back. And we can hit a pretty nice Silksong right here, which takes us all the way up. And then we enter Greymore again and head right into Verdania. Seth, who we just fought, my goat, and a beautiful homage to him. It touches me every time that the Team Cherry decided to put that in. And now we go into the Green Prince's memory, into Verdania, and he will give us his heart. Or I guess not give us, I guess we take it. Verdania is one of the more the harder movement segments for this run, purely because of the enemies that spawn in this area. It's a fun little bird skip you can do, by the way, to harpoon the bird as it flies away, giving you your jump back, allowing for what is essentially a triple jump. Because a lot of these enemies are fairly random in their movement. And we'll see in what is known as the Hell Room to the speedrunning community. But the two bosses we do in Verdania are the Clover Dancers, which are mandatory for getting the heart, and the Pale Stag, which we are about to do now. The reason being that we need a certain number of orbs to orbs that we get from fountains and statues and stuff throughout Verdania. We need a certain number of them to unlock the rest of his memory and get to Clover Dancers. And Pale Stag is just a quick way of getting those orbs. And this is the Hell Room, because these guys just spawn randomly. And there's no kind of rhyme or reason to it. We got out of there fairly unscathed, which is good. Missed that bird skip. The Pale Stag damage rotation that I was showcasing as well involved standing on the left there, because that is Pale Stag will not spawn where you stand, basically, and if he spawns on the lily pad in the water, we can throw a Volt Vessel, which charges, runs electricity through the water, and does a lot of damage very quickly to the Pale Stag. And if it goes on the top platform, on the top right, we can lay tax down to damage the Pale Stag, just to get it to move onto the lily pad, which means we can do more damage more quickly. So it's just about cycling that as quick as you can. And here, I really want it to be on full HP. We're going to reload the room to get rid of that guy. And we enter the Green Prince's kingdom, or like throne room, I guess. He remembers his husband, and we fight both him and his husband. And we use whatever remaining tools we have here as... I don't have a spear. Bug. That's okay. We can make do. I kind of really would like a heal here, but I'm not going to push my luck too much. So the best place to use the stuff like the bowlers is right here. That's kind of a poor example. Oh wow. Because we can throw it during the screen wipe attacks, like Cyclone, or we can do the Needle Art, both of which do consistent damage. A little bit worried about my health here. Just gonna take a heal. Nice. Just didn't wanna throw that completely, you know. And that is all the major bosses before Lost Lace. So now we enter Hornet's memory, and we retrieve the flower, and we can then descend into the void and fight Lost Lace. Not a bad boss rush there at the end, actually. We had a pretty disgusting middle of the run. We forgot stuff and we had a lot of deaths. 20 deaths is a lot for this category. I think this run has 5. Like my PB here, rather. Which, yeah, no, it's not bad. I would like to get a better run than that, though. Hopefully I can post one in the next month or so. But we will see. Awesome little cutscene here. Cheeky little gold. Now, Red Memory takes Hornet back to her basics as and strips her of her tools, essentially. So we are yet again doing our beloved pogo dash cancels. This feels a bit low. Unfortunate. Wow. Holy Red Memory fumble. There is a joke among the true ending runners that no one should practice Red Memory. That would be cheating. Just because it's like, you know, there's so many different ways to move through each room that and it's such a boring segment to practice, like, you know, it's a lot of yap that no one wants to have to optimize this. They just go, oh, I think this is fast, and run with it. Which is fine by me. I do not want to have to practice Red Memory. but as a result, not a lot of people have good routes. Or some people claim that harpooning everywhere is faster. But some people say that pogo dash cancels and harpoons across the space is better. I'm kind of split. Sometimes I do both. I think pogo dashes just feel cleaner for the most part, which is what I care about. But it's also, you know, there's not like there's a 20-second difference here in PV, and my run's not yet at the point where I feel it's necessary to commit to focusing in red memory. I don't know, maybe that will change. The story through here is really gorgeous as well. Oops. It's Hornet revisiting all her 4 different mothers over the period of her life. It's kind of beautiful that Hollow Knight is for all intents and purposes, like a story about masculinity and this guy's like parents, whereas this is a story about Hornet and maternity. That's cool. Team Cherry have done a wonderful job. Like the patriarchy versus the matriarchy. Game 1 versus Game 2. What really gets to me is that that Hornet's what's her name? That Hera's face is blurry. That she can't remember her own mother's face. That's always like that's quite sad, you know. No jump. Yeah, sometimes inputs like that get eaten. Because you have to wait for whatever animation is queued up to play. Oh wow. And sometimes, you know, you press the button too early basically and it can't store the information for long enough to then execute it after the animation break. This is definitely a new all-time worst to red memory, I think. Let me finally get to talk to the white lady. Child grown strong. Take this pale flower and save the world. You are the 5th Avenger. Whatever she says. Pale flower wards off the abyss, that which our family fights, or however it's said. I should learn the dialogue in there. Oh well, it's a future me problem. And we can beast and call out of here and travel back to the Bellway. Now, Lost Lace, we just have to, let's menu down. Lost Lace here is a voided enemy, or like boss I guess, which means that every attack is double damage and I forget we don't have to do that anymore. And we can use tax and vault vessels on her. But she's a very difficult boss, and that's we opened these shortcuts before, so we can skip running back through the lava lug room, the hell room, as it were. Go, go, go! Here you go. Thank you, Ballo. Send me down. And we return to the abyss one last time. To fight Lost Lace. I'm hoping we can clear this one first try. Because I think we did in PB. Look, safe bell trip this time. But there's not really much else to this other than focusing on getting the movement right through here. Not like that. Wow. Oh my god, please. Oh my god, please. Why is that so hard? We'll take the top path to avoid the gargant gloom. These guys are really scary. And now, because we have the pale flower, we can dunk in the abyss, or in the void, and it doesn't do any damage to us, which is cool. We're going to take a heal here, and speak to Lace one last time before we descend. You can see how important it is to have this, the conversations in Chinese, because we have a lot of conversations and the text scroll needs to be quite quick. We did not take a... Oh sorry, this is Lost Lace scene. I'm being against the wrong split. I don't think we took a Lost Lace death in PB, but I could be wrong. All in all, a fairly decent run, I would say, apart from the deaths and forgetting things along the way. But that'll come back with just like practice. It's, you know, doesn't help that I've not run this category for a month. I've been focused on 100%, which is a longer version of T. And so we end up doing a lot of the segments with different gear and therefore in different ways. Yesterday. Phenomenal storytelling here that, you know, we go to fight Grandmother Silk and she's all tied up and it's actually Lost Lace that we get to fight here. Not quick enough on that one. Ah, that's the other tech that I forgot to talk about. I guess I didn't use either. Is where you can harpoon if they're like if the boss is a fair distance away. You can harpoon and dash downwards. Harpoon, down dash, slash, which just brings you close to the boss quickly, and the down dash keeps you in place, and the slash then you go into your damage rotation that you want to do. Yeah, we did not take a death here in PB, so this is going to be, and we golded it, so we pre-lay out some spikes, just for some, extra bit of damage. Though I think we've got quite a nice spear rotation here. That should have been a spear. There is a bug with her hitbox that she can end up in, like that, where she ends up in the sky. Just something to be wary of. I don't know where she is. Oh no! That's horribly disappointing. I didn't think I was in that. Also a tough spot because where do you go in that situation? 1 HP, I didn't want to run into the like if I dashed I would have run straight into the tentacles. That's so frustrating. She was incredibly low. We'll save the silver. Wow! Wow. We'll save the cocoon for if we need a heal or we, I don't know, want to do some damage. As opposed to the damage I've been doing. It's unfortunate to chain die to Lost Lace, especially being as far behind pace as we are. I guess we'll take this now. A lot of the damage rotations that we had with Lace 1 and 2 are still applicable. Like that 4 hit there is quite cool. I don't have the silk for that. So I'm that when I jump in the air there, or I pogo in the air, that's meant to be a pogo dash through turnaround, but either my pogo input gets eaten, or my dash is too quick, and so I end up either like dashing into her or ending up just doing like a high pogo, which happens sometimes. It's a very precise movement a lot of the time. Well, really, it's amazing how quickly the fight can turn around. You know, if you're getting some good damage in or whatever, and then you turn around and she's done some crazy stuff on that hit. She's doing some crazy damage rotation, and you're suddenly 2 HP. unfortunate, the void attack streamway. Stop giving me these stupid attacks. Nice, there we go. I knew she was low, but just unfortunate that it had to come, you know, 6.5 minutes later. That's okay. Now the ending split doesn't split until the credits roll, which means we have to pick her up and save her from the abyss. Although until the end cutscene happens, I should say. So we absorb Grandmother Silk's energy here, and we climb all the way out of the abyss. It's funny, in the newer patches, Hornet is able to Silksong through room transitions, which means that the only reason she's like trapped inside the void bubble at the end is because the Grandmother Silk is not letting her leave, which is kind of funny. But yeah, that is my true ending speedrun in 3 hours and 48 minutes and 22 seconds. Not my finest work, but also I was spending a lot of time thinking about my run and all the little tidbits, as well as not having run it in a month. But I think I'm fairly happy with how that went. And we get to watch this gorgeous cutscene. Technically, you should watch to the end and you know, show the patch at the end, etc. So this would be a good place to shout out donos and subs, etc. Yeah. And there we go. In-game time was, let's see, 3 hours and 40 minutes, so only 8 minutes difference. And I will show the patch again in a second. We're running on 1.0.28891, a Vault Pogo patch with the Courier fix mod. Yeah, thank you very much.